Good morning, Joe. Skoda Fabia. Hello, good morning. Jörg Moinsen. Morning winds. Hello, everyone. So, let's do some warm-up. Okay, let me update that though first. This is out of date. Trim elements. The pedals are not correct anymore. Custom. Um. MOZA are 2. Everything else is correct. Yeah. Good. I like every time I think like I have to update it, but I never really do. Too lazy to do it. So also updated on YouTube now. Right side window. No. Wait, I can show you what I see. So where is it? This one. This is how far I see to the left. And this is how far I see to the right. So quite okay. But yeah. Would have been nice to also see more of the right window actually to see the car next to me. I don't know, if I went a bit further back, how would that look like? Yeah, okay, even if I went further back, I wouldn't see the window. Moin Yuri. Yeah, well, you're doing boring Watkins. Even Lasse changed now, saying this is a lot more fun here. So you should join as well. He also got slapped here, so... Time for GT4 at Miami today. What are the softs? I mean, probably not higher than 2. Yeah, Porsche is good. I used the Elastomers GT3 setting. Hey Andre. Morning Rusty Glaze. Throttle, can you even change that? You can add a spring. Yeah, I didn't add a spring, I just have a default. I like a soft throttle pedal. Otherwise it always takes me too much time to go on full throttle. .2 to 2.7. I mean, if I join, maybe it can go up to 3, but yeah. I mean, if I'm really bored, then I would only do it. Next week I'm gonna join a GT4 race for sure. Yeah, it's also GT4 Monza combined. But GT3 Monza combined, that's even crazier. That sounds a lot of fun though. But yeah, I'm just bad in GT3s, although it's just flat out there. But who thought of that? That putting Monza combined, both for GT4 and GT3. But that's quite the crazy combo. Does the car even have ABS lights? Let me see. Nah, the car doesn't even have ABS lights. Don't get yourself fooled. What is a crop setting? CRP. What is... Am I stupid? What is CRP? Yes, but what do you mean by crop setting? I don't know what setting you mean. Like what setting on my pedals? Morning dark mix. Yeah, it takes it from telemetry.
You've got wheel damage.
I farmed? What do you mean? Catching life, that's how I know I should be asleep. What time is it for you? But I only gained like 50 iRating yesterday, Yuri. I mean, still quite a lot. Don't complain about it, but it wasn't huge amounts because the most races I've done was in the morning in like, I don't know, 2k, 3k softs. And then I had one good race in the evening where I got like, I don't know, 26 points or so. Almost 1 AM. I guess time to sleep if you have to get up early tomorrow. Or you stick around in my stream. I wouldn't mind. I would appreciate it. Moin Speedo. 3 AM. Ay. All you guys stay up late. Well, that's not a good sleeping schedule that you have then. 2:20 PM, yeah, that's a good time. Hello Ulrich. No, just a very good qualifying time. Be more careful yourself. You can also signal others when you're braking by tapping your brakes a little earlier. That's what I usually like to do if someone is right behind me into turn 1. I tap my brake, so the brake light goes on, and the car behind me knows, okay, he's gonna brake now. And then, but my actual braking is a few meters later then. So the guy behind me was already on the brakes and you have a little bit of gap to play with. And also, you yourself shouldn't be like insanely late on the brakes. Give yourself some leeway to open up the brake again, to close up the brake again, so you can just work with whoever is in front of you and behind you. You're from South Africa? I would have said you're German as well. I would have thought you're German for sure. It's the most German name you can ever think of that you actually have. Oh man, that was a bad last corner. I mean, I hope you're not trolling and that's actually true what you're saying, but it's literally the most German name you could ever think of that you have. This first lap was good somehow. Just the last corner that I missed a bit. Ain't no way I'm gonna improve this. What the fuck, I lost so much time actually in the last corner. Should have been a 0.1, I guess. We're going to have a local P-Cup championship aligned with Daly's calendar, so first round in MOZA, 50 drivers registered. 50 drivers into turn 1, it's gonna be interesting. morning smoking soda. Yeah, of course, if you warm up the tires less in the out lap, then of course the second lap is gonna be the faster one. You use the MOZA throttle on the shortest travel. No idea if you can even change it. I have no idea. I just took it how they came. I didn't change anything with travel on the throttle or anything. Greg. Perfect moment. Yeah, I also coached someone last weekend from Texas, and he also had rather like a very German sounding surname, but he had nothing to do with that. Maybe just like some couple years ago family or. But it's always funny when you see like those very, very much American people having some sort of a German name. $51 for everything, yes. Heimer shows brake bias at 48.5, yeah. Maybe for one qualifying lap, but I doubt it's good for a, like, I don't think it's good for either quali and race. You just destroy your tires too much with it. Yeah, GT4 especially, you need to build the brake pressure quite slow. Helps a lot there, but it also helps a lot with the other cars as well, like Porsche Cup here as well, GT3. What do I charge for coaching? 80 euros. All the info that you need is in my Discord. There's a dedicated channel for all the info about my coaching. Yeah, let's go.
The estimated strength of field is 4,057.
Whoa. For a second I thought I will get rear-ended. I did say it, I said 80, I take 80 euros per hour. But all the information you wanna have and know of is on my Discord channel. On my Discord you find everything you want to know. Oh, Jacob is already here now. Ah, I think it was Jacob actually. Good close. Ah, off track, quit. What's the SOF? Like, I mean, in these morning races I don't really gain anything anyways. What? 4K? Okay, interesting. Because yesterday we were like barely at 3K at this time of day. Well then good, then we can grind to 10.5. Morning, Stan. Change gears early. I mean, you mean, I guess, the short shift in the chicanes. It is to just have a better exit. Because I would be running in the limiter, or I would have to change gears while still steering out of the corner, and that's basically something you want to avoid. And if you can avoid that by short shifting, and with that maybe sometimes also being early on throttle, because you just have more grip available, being in the higher gear, because the car doesn't have that much torque, being in the lower gear, then it's really helpful to short shift out of the turn 1 here, for example, but also second chicane, short shift into third. So you just don't run in the limiter while accelerating. It just hinders your acceleration if you run into the limiter too early. Have fun, Craig. Everyone is always on their best behavior anyways. I have a good chat. Let's say 99% of times. I wouldn't do it too often. Like, it is obviously fun to do, but I think you doing that can lead to a ban if someone actually reports you. I think I've also done it like once or twice for sure already, but it was a couple of years ago when I actually did that. Smashed on the brakes. Why would it be against the rules? I think it's very much unfair sportsmanship. This is fixed, yes. Any tips not to drive with the assisted racing line? I mean, I guess you have the assisted racing line because you don't really exactly know where to place your car. But the line oftentimes is not always 100% correct. And you just concentrate too much on the line then. Like, your braking points that you then find is always the line. So once at some point you want to turn off the line, you do not have any braking points, any turn-in points, anything whatsoever if you use the line all the time. So I would, like, if you're still struggling with track knowledge, I would still turn it off and learn the track without the racing line. Because in the end it will always hurt you to have it on once you want to transition to turning it off. Because then you don't have any points in the track to have a look at for your braking, for your turn-in, for throttling out stuff, because you solely rely on the racing line. And if you want to learn the track, get better, then do laps, watch some lap guides, watch some streams that you do right now, where like good drivers place their cars, take which lines, where they brake, so you don't have to use the racing line. Because it may, like I always say, the racing line is good for when you want to have someone in your rig that doesn't have a whole lot to do with sim racing. To just drive like for 10 minutes, then such a racing line is good. But you for yourself, if you want to get better at sim racing, if you want to start, if you want to, you already know you're gonna do more, then always turn it off and learn the tracks, how they are. I wear shoes, yes. My code only works for, like, only works one time, or yeah, for like your first subscription. So you can do 1 year subscription, then you get 10% of that 1 year. And if you only do this on a 1 month subscription, then yeah, it's only for the first month. Easier to apply steady brake pressure with shoes on. I don't think it changes much if you have shoes on or not. Just needs to be comfortable for you. If you feel like holding your peak pressure for too long with socks, then yeah, maybe try shoes. But yeah, it's not necessarily easier or harder. It's just preference. Bam, Stream Elements works again. It just took a nap yesterday. Felt Flounder, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it, man. And thanks for testing if Stream Elements works. I feel like at some point I want to have a custom sound for subs. I just don't know what to put there. Never wore them before. Just try it out. But of course, you need like racing kind of shoes. There's also people who race with like normal streetwear shoes, but I don't know, the sole, like for me, the sole needs to be made for that pedal feel, you know? So I'm racing with like actual racing shoes. What headset? It's the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. Do you race IRL? I did. Why do I take a shallower line last corner? Minimize meters. If you take a good line where you can take the exit a bit more on the inside, you just save meters and with that save time. Six-year-old Vans. Bro, don't Vans have like a very tough, thick sole? Can't even feel anything there? Aren't Vans for like skating? So especially made for, yeah, thick soles or so? What series did I race? DTM Trophy. Why use first and then short shift in turn 1? Yes, exactly, because of rotation, first of all. But also I can have a much better exit being early on throttle in second gear, because I will not have my tire spinning like in first gear. What the fuck, Goose? You feeling the pedal, to be fair? Oh, I mean, in the end, as I just said, like Kevin Ziggy, for example, he drove with like running shoes, basically, in Riyadh when he won his championship, like with a very, very thick sole at the back of the foot. And it's like something, and like also the sole is very soft, right, for running shoes. So I would think like when he presses the pedal, first of all, the shoe compresses before the pedal even compresses. Well, Goose, about the first part in your message, I would say congrats. Second part, I would say, what the fuck. Yeah, but Moritz is a good name. Any cool IRL moments you remember? Oh, many. Honestly, the best things weren't on track, it wasn't racing. The best thing about real life racing is literally the kindergarten who moves every other week from one track to another together. And it's basically like a school field trip, it feels like. So much fun. So you're always seeing the same people over and over again, you're just having fun with them every single weekend. And the racing on track is just the cherry on top of that. Nah, I just have understeer in the last corner unfixed. where am I looking on the track? Basically what everyone teaches you. First of all, I'm looking at my braking point. Once I'm past the braking point, or even before I'm past the braking point, I look towards the apex. Once I'm just shortly before the apex, I look at the exit. Why did I stop racing IRL? Money. Money, money, money. And also because I got a good esports contract. So I could try and race IRL more, but obviously not get any money through that, or I get money for racing sim racing. And I think the decision was quite clear. Yeah, I use very low for feedback. Yeah, you can say that. Is sim racing full failure, or is it more of a job? Both. It for sure is a job. I mean, right now it's fun. I can stream, I can race. That's basically my hobby that I always loved in my whole entire life already. But once I, for example, have to go back to like my actual esports competitions, then it's work. Because you can't do races all day, you can't stream, you just have to be alone in your practice session 8 to 10 hours a day, practicing, finding the last thousandths of a second, and that's a job in the end. It still is fun, don't get me wrong. I still prefer it, not always, but most of the times, over like an office job or something like that. But still, it is... As much as I enjoy sim racing, the esports part of it is more like a job for sure. Have you won any iRacing special events? What was it? 3 weeks ago I won the iRacing Roar special event, yes. I've won Nürburgring, I've won Bathurst, I've won Le Mans back in the days, I think. Yeah, a few. Why didn't you try to do MOZA esports? I don't like the GT3s at the moment, and nor do I like the GTPs. Also, I don't know, it's not of my interest at the moment. There is, or there has been and will be better esports competitions that I participated, so yeah, MOZA esports was not really ever interesting to me. You feel pressure about certain expectations of the employer? Yes, for sure. And I mean, now that I'm with a big team, or have been with a big team like MOZA, that pressure is high, of course. Because back in the days with like smaller teams, you could have like a year of bad performance, no one would care. But obviously being in a huge team like that, you always need to perform. If you don't perform, then either you're gone the next year, or you get paid significantly less, or, you know, so it's really, it's a tough business now, this esports part, especially being in a big team. And I think that's also something that actually has worn me down in the past 2 years, of this high expectation that I'm getting from yeah, basically the employer, but also that I'm making myself. Whereas in the past, when I was basically my own boss always and giving my own expectations, it was always so easy for me to perform because I love matching my own expectations. And my own expectations are always to win, doesn't matter who's gonna say it, but it still adds a little bit of extra pressure and extra tension that I still have to learn to cope with at some points in time. I mean, there's always been really good drivers. But yeah, it's getting more and more really good drivers nowadays, obviously. What's the difference in time between fixed and a solid setup? I don't think it's too much. Like, especially in the Cup car, you can't really change a lot in the setup. And the fixed setup is actually already really good. So you can actually just take the fixed setup and use it for the open races. Just put down the wing and that's it. You don't really have to change anything else. And then, yeah, I guess it's a difference of maybe 2/10. I don't think it's a lot more than that. Why are you surprised how good he is in real-life racing? Doesn't surprise me at all. He's one of the best in sim racing, so he's also, or will also be one of the best in real-life racing. I mean, basically, Jörg, what you're saying, it's basically like that. As soon as it got my main job, like, perspectives completely shift and change. Because back then, racing, I still got paid, but it was my main job. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I mean, I still pushed for everything, but I didn't have this thought in my mind, okay, if I have one bad race, one bad season, then my livelihood is at risk. But now it is that way, so that obviously plays a huge part in how mentally I am also into that. So yeah, it's not as easy and always nice as people think, but I'm not gonna say that it's like terrible or I hate my job or wow, look at how hard it is. Don't get me wrong, this is still the best job in the world you could ever think of. And I would never take it for granted. But it's not always just love eyes and roses. Why do I approach the second chicane from the middle? Let me show you. Fucking don't switch cars all the time, man. Let me see. So you want to approach this corner, not from the very right-hand side, because you want to open up the corner, you know? So you can see I approach the corner from more middle, so I can move towards the right. And with that, I can go slightly on this curb. You can see it here, I'm very much slightly on this curb, opening up the corner as much as I can. I wouldn't be able to do that if I was braking on the white line already, because then if I would want to move over, I would have to go over the grass, and that obviously is really bad. No braking on the grass is slippery and so on. So that's why for a lot of corners, you move from the middle to the right if there's a curb you can use on the outside here. The same you do here. You can see I'm starting to brake, not at the white line, but I have given myself a little bit of space to then brake in a straight line to the right to be able to place my car on this curb here and open up the corner as much as I can. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I was braking already here at the white line. Because then I couldn't be going onto this curb like I'm doing right now here. That's the reason. You probably change your flag's position UI. I don't know, is the flag really that important to you guys? It doesn't make me turn better, no, but it just opens up the corner more. Like, look, my car is here. It makes the next corner more round. With that, I can carry more speed. Whereas if you would place your car more on the left, then obviously this, like, let's say, very much open corner at some point turns into a hairpin for you. Because you make it a lot more tighter if you don't use all the entrance space that you have. We did get the tickets, yes. So all good. Gives you a softer radius for the corner to carry on more speed. Yes, exactly. And this is also what I teach a lot of people in my coachings, like basically saying exactly that. Like even if you don't always see it, but just if you have your tires here on the curb compared to if it would be on the white line, it already makes quite a difference in how much speed you can carry through the corner. Do you have an opinion about sim racing coaches that don't race? I mean, not really. It's like you can coach and tell people perfectly well how they should do things or change things while not racing. Can I apply this in open wheelers? Yes. Applies to every single racing car, even street car, everything. If you want to go through a corner as quick as you want, always open up the corner as much as you can. I wanna see you farm to 10k, Craig. Maybe you can do it in TCR. How does it affect braking? Like, do you still have the same grip as asphalt? Yes. Yes and no. It depends on the curbs. But these curbs are very flat. It's just basically painted, and it doesn't really matter too much. But also, you see, I'm braking on asphalt the whole time, and basically when I'm going on the curb, it's not where I'm braking or putting 100% braking force anymore. This is already when I turn into the corner and reduce my braking force. So it's not like I'm braking on the curb this whole time and try to slow down my car like that. But it really depends on the curb if you can do it or cannot do it. But yeah, typically on iRacing, even if it's like a curb that has rumbles in it, like let's say these kind of curbs, they have some texture to them. Like they go up, down, up, down, up, down. On iRacing, somehow all these curbs, also on other tracks, always have grip. In real life, that's not the case. In real life, those kind of curbs, if you would want to brake on them, it would be quite slippery simply because they're not flat. They have these ripples in them. On iRacing, you can almost on all tracks always brake straight lined on a curb, and it will slow you down always. But yeah, I don't know why iRacing has so much grip on these curbs, but it's not IRL. That's not the case. You still race IRL? No, no. Only if I get opportunities for free, let's say. Um, Great. They get hacked. We are back. Weird. Never had that before. Funding IRL is hard. You need rich dad, huh? Yeah. You basically need rich parents, yes. Or then own a company, a good company, I guess. Do you ever get reached out for IRL racing? Yeah. Especially when it was still closer to when I was racing. I got reached out a lot of times, like, hey, do you want to race for us? I said, yeah, of course, I want to race for you guys. Yeah, you have to pay X amount. I'm like, why do you even ask then? But yeah, that's literally how real life racing works. You should message FK. They're always looking for paying drivers. Yeah, paying drivers is the problem. Can you adopt me, please? Sorry, my home is already full. Do you have a tip if the Cup Porsche understeers very much? Reduce corner speed. Just try to go in slower, and then have then you can go more aggressive on the throttle exit of the corner, and that just helps you rotating the car a lot better and not getting into the understeer too much. Owning CrowdStrike is a good start also, yeah. Yep. Anything. Or I need a viewer who just, I don't know, donates me a couple $100, $100,000. What was the highest amount asked from you to race a season? I don't know. But like, for example, GT4, if you want to race GT4 already, then you need to bring like 200 to 300K. Well, in the DTM trophy that was when you were driving alone. So in a championship where you then share the car, it's like 150,000 or so for a season without damages, without travel, without anything. So it's just 150, so you can show up and drive. Any damage, you have to pay yourself. Travel, you have to pay yourself. So it's not just 150,000 then, like it would be a couple more thousands for travel and then a couple more 10,000s, if not even up to 100,000 of damages. Do you use Go setups for P Cup Open Series? Yes, I do. I thought about yesterday the Trackmania campaign, the new one released with the tracks that are used at EWC. I actually thought about booting up Trackmania and grinding. I mean, who knows? Maybe I can get up to speed. Because it's actually like EWC is open for everyone to qualify, I think. Problem is that there's enough people that can pay it, yes. Yeah, there's a lot of gentleman drivers also always who search for good pro drivers in a sense. But you just have to get the contacts of them and then actually be involved and stuff. That's the hard part. But yeah, I would totally do it. Like it was 2024, for example. I got the call up, hey, we have a seat in LMP3 in Barcelona for the start of the European Le Mans series. Do you want to drive? And I said, is it paid for? They said yes. The gentleman driver is paying, and then I'm doing it. If I have to pay, I don't know, 500 euros for travel and hotel, then I don't give a shit about that. I pay that. But yeah, as long as I don't have to pay for the driving and damages itself, then it's always a yes for me. But if I had to pay for driving, it depends though. If someone tells me I pay, I don't know, 2-3K for a full race weekend without damages, then I would probably still do it, depending on which series, of course. Just always the relation of what you pay for what you get is always important. But I told myself basically that I'm not wanna spend any more money out of my own pockets for real life racing anymore. It was very much fun the 2-3 years that I did it in real life, and I would love to continue, don't get me wrong, but I will not spend any more money out of my own pocket to do that. It's quite good actually. I made a video on my YouTube about the LMP3, how it drives and how it feels like compared to real life, and it's actually quite good. Dream phone call. I mean, for something that would make sense is, yeah, come on, just drive the Nordschleife NEC, Nordschleife Virtual, not Virtual, Nordschleife Series, Endurance Series, and then also the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. That would be a dream of mine for sure. And that is what I would say is somewhat achievable, because you always have like 4 drivers on a car, so there's three opportunities to pay for it. But obviously, like a dream would be some GT3 competition, but that's just too far away to be true. How much have you spent in total? For the 2 years that I did in DTM Trophy, I spent 50k in total. Which is, for me, and for every normal human being, a fucking shit ton amount of money. But yeah, I got this offer with contract, 2 years, 50k. No damages that I had to pay, no nothing that I had to pay. It's a deal of a lifetime. I don't think anyone has ever gotten a deal like that, so it was a quick yes for me. Fortunately, I had some savings from like winning sim racing competitions. But yeah, in the end, 50k is a lot of money, you know. That 50k could be invested right now or anything else. But then I thought, yeah, I mean, I will never get this. Has always been my dream. I'll never ever get this opportunity again, so why would I let it slip? Why would I say no to that? Because I know I'm gonna easily make 50k in the next few years to do it. It's not like I'm gonna be in debt forever. Like it will. If I would have went into debt for that, then yeah, I would have thought about it. But I luckily had some savings to do it, so it was yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. Like I just signed it, the contract, and be done with it. Because maybe they at some point realized that 50k is maybe a bit too little. What is damage? Like, you usually, like, racing teams are insured. So, above a certain limit, like, insurances usually pay, like, the damages that are very, very big damages. And as a driver, you have to pay every single damage up to around, I think, 18k. So any rim that you damage, any carbon flap that you damage that is maybe 1,000 or 2,000, you have to pay yourself. If you completely crash the car into a wall and the damage is higher than, or let's say the damage is 50k, then you as a driver only have to pay 17, 18k. Because that's above that limit is where insurance kicks in and pays for the rest. But yeah, as a driver, you always have to pay everything up until 17k. I mean, sometimes it also depends on the contracts. Can be more or can be less, you know. But that's usually how it works. And you can imagine if you drive a championship where you want to go for the win, and obviously if you want to go for the win, or like in most championships, there's always going to be slight contacts. Like a rim is so easily damaged. A carbon flap at the front is so easily gone. A rear bumper so easily drove into. Every single race you can basically already calculate, I don't know, 2-3k in damages for sure. Best case scenario. Well, the thing is, bump draft IRL don't exist. The thing is, people don't give a shit in real life. Because I was driving like Monza. Monza was my very first real life race. And I thought, yeah, everyone has to pay damages when there's damage, you know? People are gonna be a lot more careful and a lot more considerate than sim racing. Fuck off, it's the complete opposite. You get pushed, you get bumped, you get side bumped and everything. People don't care in real life. And even though like most of drivers actually in real life in DTM Trophy back then, a lot of drivers also didn't really have the big funding to pay all the damages and stuff. But you just have to drive like that. It's just part of the game. And then there's people who don't give a shit about money in real life racing because they are just like millionaires and billionaires, or daddy pays the bills. Yeah, and then you win the championship, and in real life you don't even have prize money or so, in most championships. And if there's prize money in real life racing, then it's like, yeah, I don't know, 50k. Doesn't even pay for half of what you spend in the season. You get cool trophy, yeah. How do you get recognition from IRL and esports teams? Would it be different in any way? Well, the first initial recognition is always if you're good. So if you have good races IRL, if you drive well and have a good social media presence, I guess, that gets you recognitions for IRL teams, and it works the exact same way for sim racing. Difference just is, when someone approaches you in sim racing, hey, do you want to drive for my team? We pay you this much. Then you're like, oh, nice, cool. Whereas in real life it is, hey, do you want to drive for our team? You just have to pay yourself 300k. That's the difference. Sensor output is 50-50 for me. Still using my MOZA pedals, yes. I actually like them. They're actually pretty good. No, also racing teams don't make money through racing. Like, they make some money, of course, otherwise they wouldn't do it. But it's not like you make big bucks by having a real-life racing team. It's basically almost a zero-sum game always. Like, because most racing teams you see have like workshops, which is their main business, you know? And then they do stuff like racing on the side, I guess, for fun when they really enjoy it. And then it's basically the racing part is almost a zero-sum game. I did not cap my brake, no. Not using the MOZA base at the moment. The MOZA base is back there, unfortunately out of order, broken at the moment. This VOD is going to be saved to YouTube, yes. My VODs are always available. Just skill, noted. Yes. Moin, Schrader. Max Wissel with his main account. Let's hope he doesn't crash against the wall this time. Wait, Finn does have a... Is this his main account or second account? Or did he just change his helmet? I did get the tickets actually, yes. No, not me. I didn't get them. But our friend group got them together. No active brake pedal. No, I used to have the MOZA because of Rennsport, because we use it there. But I kept the MOZA because I actually like it a little bit better than my VRS. So I'm not driving the MOZA to get more comfortable or used to it. I'm driving the MOZA because I really like them. I used Elastomer's GT3 setting. I think it's yellow and red. Because you're a psychopath. Why? They're actually good. I'm just waiting so a MOZA guy shows up in my chat and thinks like, man, this guy is doing insanely good promotion of our pedals. We're gonna pay him. What do you like about the MOZA? I can't really tell you what I like about it, I just feel comfortable with them. Do you think getting a direct drive base will make a difference? I have a T500 RS and I'm always 0.8 to 1 second slower than you guys. I always feel like I'm guessing the grip in the corners. It could help you. It could definitely help you. For sure, it can help you get better with a direct drive to have a bit more feeling in the steering wheel. I mean, actually, like, I don't know why always people say like MOZA low-end equipment. It's really good. Like if my MOZA steering wheel didn't break, I would still have it on my rig and drive it. Because for me, it's all like doesn't matter if I have MOZA or VRS. It's just all the same. Just feel like reliability is a little bit of a issue between those very good bases and steering wheels. How much do pro sim racers get paid? Really depends. Very much depends on which team you're at, how good of a driver you are, where you participate. Reliability is important, yes. That's why it can be a bit tricky at times. pit house brake settings, it's all linear. I don't know what to show you guys there. It's all just linear. It's everything there is. And 50-50% sensor and pedal angle. Can you do that on Logitech? Yes, I can. At the start of last year, I have been in South Korea for an event with Hyundai. I practiced at home with my VRS equipment. And guess what? I was faster at the event with Logitech equipment. So yes, you can be as fast with a Logitech as well. Kilogram, around 50 kilograms on my brake. He got rolled by the psychos. Unlucky. YouTube chat is active because I have a really good video. Like my latest video is getting really good views. So a lot of those people, I think, then join the YouTube chat as well. That's how it usually works. But yeah, I love to see YouTube being very active. You're 3 in the office watching me. Okay, okay. Gotta log in now. Good to know, because I'm actually using Logitech. Yeah, it's literally just if you feel comfortable with what you have. Like I'm always telling people, there's no pace difference. It's just if you are comfortable with it, you can be as quick as the quickest driver. Okay, that's not it. Yeah, Yuri's also doing very good, informative coaching kind of content. I mean, equipment can definitely help you in finding more pace, finding more consistency, but it not necessarily makes you directly faster. Like, equipment can also make you slower. If you just feel more comfortable with lower end equipment and you go then to the higher end equipment, it could possibly also make you slower. Which I would say usually in most cases obviously doesn't happen, but it could. The right pedals. Really depends. As I said, I have MOZAs right now compared to like Heusingfeld and VRS that I had before, which should be on the lower end, but I actually like them more. So, and I guess those MOZAs are not expensive or not too expensive. Or how much are the CSRP2 MOZAs? Wait, I actually have to log in for that lab. No more talking. Not the best lap, but where does it get me? Where does it place me? Yeah, okay. We take that. Burn them V3s. V3s are literally the only pedals I would say are the worst of the worst. Any other pedal on the market is okay. You loved your fun attacks V3s? Nah. Like every time I had to drive them at an event, it was so bad. After you switch, you realize how shit they were, yeah. I don't know, those are really bad. Like even though CSL fun attack pedals are so much better than the V3s. Overlay is cups. V3s are great if you never tried anything else, yeah. True. Max hit 10k with V3s. Yeah, you can, as I said, you can be good with them and you can be hitting whatever you want with them, but my opinion, they're still the worst pedals out there. But yeah, even with the worst pedals, if you know how to navigate them, if you know how to use them, you can be fast for sure. How about the CSL Elite V2? Not entirely sure which they are, but I think it's the... If I have the right pictures, the right ones in my head, then they are, in my opinion, better than the V3s. Thanks, Jason. I try my best. It's not always easy talking and driving well. Damn, we have 200 over on YouTube right now. 200 YouTube viewers. Good job, guys, over there.
The estimated strength of field is 4,400. Green, green, green.
I mean, I expect usually Tuesdays are the biggest softs always. But yesterday morning was a really big letdown. I knew it. I knew it.
Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the course.
I do coaching sessions here on how to recover a last to first. Brother. Let's hope I don't have damage. Then we can still get this somewhere. What is going on? Oh, that was so close. Yeah, it's P9. We're back in the top 10. Yeah, we can still win this for sure. I believe. I just hope my top speed is still good and decent. Because if I'm just missing like 1 or 2 kph, then it's already gonna be quite tough. What's top speed normally? I don't know. I actually don't know. Ah, but it feels like I definitely have some understeer in those quick corners. Okay, just have to try and get to the train as fast as possible. And then make some moves. Ah, but I think car seems fine on a straight line. Okay, I am in draft range 1.8. I think my wing is a bit broken on the back. Like especially Parabolica, my rear just turns around. That usually happens when the wing is a little bit broken. Big moves happening in front. Ah, P1 is driving away right now, which is not ideal. Okay, we are in the train. +2. Jacob is leading. But so far everyone is still in the draft, so if I'm lucky and I can somehow overtake this group in front of me, then there's still draft up to the top 2 ahead. And we still have plenty of laps to go. +2. This is way too easy. Who PayPal'd them? Who PayPal'd them? Now it's gonna be tricky though. Finn has some good pace. He's just about getting out of my draft range. And he's also getting draft from the cars in front, I think, so need some good laps now. Or maybe some push from the car behind. That would be lovely. Halfway through the race. 7 more laps to go. We are definitely catching up. Looking good. .3 seconds, getting more and more draft. I think 2-3 more laps, then we should be with the group in front. Maybe it's even less than 3 or 2 laps. Could be by the end of this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Is there some damage on Jacob's car, maybe? I thought I could get 2 in one move, but Pablo didn't really leave me a lot of space. Nah, Pablo is a good driver. Don't you dare to overtake. Okay, hunt for P1 is on against our good friend Finn. Problem is, my car is damaged. His car looks to be fully intact, so his pace is quite good. Oh, it was a bit dirty of me. But he's a real-life racing driver. He will understand. But no, I feel sorry for him. He had such a good race. He would have deserved P1, but also at the very least P2. So I take the blame. But I had to do it as well. Would have been that would have been bad to leave P1 on the line like this. Bam, what a race! No, that was good fun. That was so much fun. Take the blame and take the iRating too, yeah. Wow, that was so good. Whew. Here for iRating, not to make friends. Wow. Telling you, my heart rate is up. Hey, Danny. Yeah. Yeah. Typical real-life racing driver move. I think that's alright. I mean, yeah, it's not 100% fair, but it's for P1 in the race. He said, yeah, easy. Just didn't have place, didn't have a space at the exit, so I guess Finn is not 100% happy about this, but he can understand. It's a normal move, I would say. Like, look. Not 100% fair, but last lap, fight for the win. Hey, Finn. Good race, Finn. That was fun. And I'm sorry for that. Should have left more space. I actually thought I was clear, but there I wasn't. Maybe I would have been clear if it wasn't for netcode. So we can always blame it. We can always blame it on netcode. Wait, it was Jacob, I think. Yeah. Yeah, but Jacob also apologized, so he basically let me drive in the race. Once I attacked him, he didn't really fight too much, and he also apologized, so all good. But yeah, whew, that was interesting. I think I was also lucky not to get any crazy slowdown from this. And then let's see, lap 1. Did he lose it on himself, or did he get net coded as well? Do I have damage? Looks fine. So, then the craziest thing, really. This one. This one was insane. Oh. I was like on the brakes, avoiding him, and then I was just trying to avoid this guy, and I didn't even pay attention to the wall. Like I just paid attention to this guy, and I didn't look to the right at all where I met with the wall. And then I got so close to this wall, actually just completely, like, I would have almost went in here and then it would have been over. That was so close. I should go straight to the lottery, get some tickets. Pah. Yeah, but it looks like my car is fine, right? Like there's no damage anywhere. Settings is not correct anymore, I think. Fin start, let's see. Wait, I'm gonna look at the reverse shot in a second. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, let's double check again. I mean, I also got so lucky not to get rear-ended. Oof. This guy made it. This guy didn't. Wow, what a view. But like, kudos to this guy, because usually a lot of people would not brake, or like he can't even see anything what is going on. But he did brake here, especially because now everything is like this guy is already gone. There's nothing going on anymore. Everyone can go full throttle out of the corner. But this guy in front of me obviously now spins, but I only see that. This guy doesn't even see it. But he's very clever and just goes, or is ready for going on the brakes, and actually goes on the brakes to not rear-end me here. Saved his own life and yours, yeah. Crazy awareness of him? Definitely. There's not a lot of people who have this kind of awareness, let me tell you. I forced it here really. Like he could have just stuck his nose in. Ah, he got a hit actually, like a netcode hit there. So I just turned in. I was like, even I turn in now or I lose a lot of time. So I just turned in and was hoping for the best that he doesn't stick his nose in, and it did work. Then we got this. Two people not liking each other very much. Wow, why? Why does he dive in like that? Like, was he mad for just this one contact that he caused? Like, look at, what is this? Like, why would you do that? And they're not leaving space on the exit. This is 0 or minus 500 IQ driving. At least not a stupid rejoin. Yeah, so here Jacob lifted because he knew he was at fault for turn 1. So he lets me have an easy way through. Vielen Dank, Vic. Pretty sure he got mad as fuck. That's how it looked like, yeah. How many more races I'm planning to do? Until I hit 10.5, I think. Whew, great race. Loved every second of it. That is for sure gonna be a YouTube upload later this week. Trying my best to also edit it very excitingly and stuff. That should be a good YouTube video. First to last to first. Bum. YouTube video incoming? I think so. Probably this Friday I'm gonna probably upload it. Most insane comeback drive. Streaming a while then? Yeah, I'm gonna stream a couple more for sure. Okay, replay is saved. I have all of that. Out of here. Rusty Glaze, thank you very much for your sub. Appreciate it. Hope you had fun watching and will have fun watching. Plus 15. 31 more. Ein Enduro, ja, wird wahrscheinlich nie passieren, wirklich. Ja, vielleicht. Ich wollte gerade sagen, weil wir in verschiedenen Teams sind, aber ist ja eigentlich komplett egal. Vielleicht könnte man sowas irgendwann mal machen, ja. Learn a lot of your streams. So, appreciate it. Love to hear that. Wait, YouTube doesn't... Ah, that's why people split their streams, like when they have 24-hour races. I didn't know that. Because I was always like, why does Noah or like the other YouTubers, when they stream 24-hour races, always make multiple parts in their YouTube stream? Now I know. Because YouTube apparently doesn't like 24-hour streams. Well, I don't really have branding right now. I just have my skin and that's it. But I'm at the moment I'm in contact with a designer who's hopefully gonna make a cool logo for me, like that I can also use in my YouTube videos and my branding, my coaching, and all of that. Because that's really what I'm missing. I'm missing a sick ass logo, and that logo will also be with my colors and everything that I'm already using. Also, as you see, I only need 100 more followers on Twitch to get to 10k followers on Twitch. If you're not followed yet, press that button. Maybe we can already get there this stream. So, let's get into understeer territory again. I used GT3 elastomers. Followed on both. Great. That's what I love to see. So everyone on YouTube, go to Twitch and follow, and everyone on Twitch, go to YouTube and subscribe. Lil. It's red and yellow, yes. Well, firstly, because we used elastomers in Rennsport. That was our setting for the LAN events. And yeah, I like it. So that's why I kept them. Little crossover promo. Yep. But I don't know, for me, actually it doesn't really make a huge difference if I have a spring or elastomers. Because in the end I want to get exactly the same feeling that I have right now. Yeah, and if it's a spring or elastomers, I don't really think it makes a huge difference in that feeling. If it has the same strength, that is. Load cell is 50-50. between load cell and angle. Phone on Twitch, TV is on YouTube. Damn, that's the best support. Why 50-50? I like to have a little bit of angle as well in there. I don't know. I tried it a few times with 100% load cell, but I didn't like it at all. Somehow the feeling, so I went with 50 angle as well, and I just like the feeling. Like there's never really a why, or most of times there's not really a why, but it's just I like it. Feeling, good feeling. Yeah, actually, Ling Hui, King Louis. I had some more trouble getting it consistent with 100% load cell, and having the angle just helps me to place everything exactly where I want it to be, because with the angle it just helps me to understand more where I am in the pedal. Because I also, obviously my brake is a bit softer than I guess for most, so I can exactly feel where I am with the braking in terms of how deep I am in the brakes. So, I don't know, 50-50 setting was just very good for me. Just good feeling overall, and I felt comfortable with it immediately. Fixed setup has wing 4, so it's a bit higher. But the setups in general are quite the same. Almost no difference except for the wing. How do you know your kgs? I don't know. That's a big problem I have with it. I can only say a rough estimate of what I think it is. And from experience, I would say it's roughly at around 50 kilograms. I could also be totally wrong about this. And it's maybe much more or even much less. But I think from back then when I had my hoisting felts where I could put the kgs exactly, it's pretty much how it felt back then when I pressed like 50 kgs. You do coaching for setup building. I have never done that, no. I'm not sure if I ever will. So, good question. I would have to think about if I would actually do setup coaching. Not because I don't necessarily want to or keep secrets or so, but it's because it's such a stupid thing with setups. Like I don't adjust anything really by knowledge really. I just literally, I mean, of course I get the knowledge at some point when I try out a lot of stuff, and at some point I know, okay, this thing is gonna do this. But setup is literally a lot of, you click things, you drive out and test it. You click some more things, you drive out and test it. You go back to your previous version because you don't like it, change some new things, drive out. And a lot of times it doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense in terms of what actually makes sense. It's literally just, trial and error. But there's definitely some settings that I could tell you, like, hey, this does this. If you change this, then this changes. So yeah, I could give you a rough idea of what setup changes would do and what happens if you have, let's say, understeer in some certain corners, what you would want to change. But there's also with Go setups. So if you're a Go setups member, where you get my setups, where you get good setups for everything, we also have a setup tweaker. So when you drive our setups, you can then tell the program, hey, I have a little bit too much understeer in that corner. And then that program will give you advices on what to change in your setup. So you can actually also learn by doing that. Because then you can do like, okay, my car understeers too much, and then the program, which is programmed by us drivers, and like most of all Craig, then you get like, okay, change this when this happens. Like that you can also then find out, okay, this setting helps me with understeer, this setting helps me with bumping over curbs, this setting helps me with top speed. And Craig can give you a whole lot more info about our setup tweaker that we have. Watch just tries until he's lucky. Yeah, that's in the end, that's how setup work works. You just have to try until you find a really good setting. Oh shit, didn't look at the speed limit. Oh, but I didn't get a black flag. Cool. Yeah, I should maybe do that. Assign a button for it. It does. You can see tire temperature in the bottom here in the middle. Also in telemetry you can then see it quite in detail. Aerial Dream Series to attend? I'll say 24 hours of Nürburgring. I would really love to drive once in my life. Which is also, I would say, the most achievable goal, and not just completely out of range. Join us. I would love to. Give me some info on what you guys are actually doing. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we can do something together. more of a 24 hours of Nürburgring than Daytona person? 100%. 24 hours of Nürburgring is so much superior compared to Daytona. Yeah, Lauren was my teammate back then. Very good driver. But he has always done real-life racing as well, so he's always been like this kind of hybrid. Off-track? First up was okayish. Camera settings, I guess this? Ah, you're doing it this year. Going to the 24 hours? For your birthday. That sounds like a cool trip though. I like the 24 hours of Daytona. It's a good race. Good race to watch. I mean, not this year because we had a shit ton of full course yellow for fog that wasn't really fog in my opinion. Or like not bad fog. But yeah, it's a good race. It's a good race to kick off the year, I think. 4-hour drive for you. It's around the same for me, yes. I also only raced Ristenfahrten there yet. Well, drove. That is very much true. It's gonna be... Oh, that is true. I never even thought of that. But 24 Hours of Nürburgring is like the last 2 years, I would say, crazy full. Like fuller than anything in the past ever happened. And then when Verstappen is gonna drive there, holy shit. It's gonna be insane. Like the traffic there is gonna be nuts. No. I brake way different in iRacing compared to real life braking. Real life, you want to reach peak performance quite quickly and not as slow as on iRacing. Ah, shit. Wasn't this the angry guy from last race who took out... I think he took out Mattia. Yeah, it will be a record attendance for sure, 100%. No. It's real life telemetry and real life 100% braking doesn't work like that. It always looked like 100% because that's what they set their end to be at. So basically, what you saw in the broadcast was this. Here, where my mouse is, was the broadcast 100%, even though they were braking more like this. So it's not a real depiction of telemetry, not a real depiction of what is actually happening on the brakes. Because in real life, 100% braking does not exist like it does in sim racing. Why is that on iRacing? Tire temperatures. NLS will adjust. Yeah, I read it. I think it's good. I use widescreen. Is there any scenarios in IRL racing where you would brake like how we do in iRacing? Yes. When I was racing at the Norris Ring, for example, like the street circuit in Nuremberg, where you have like the braking into the last corner, you have a very quick right kink, which is not really a corner or anything, but you have to, in GT4, start braking while you still turn a little bit. And then it's like super bumpy because it's a road circuit, street circuit. And there, it would have been beneficial to go a bit more slowly into the brakes to avoid the ABS triggering too much over the bumps. So it's not insanely far off from real life. It also depends on which car you drive, which class, and how advanced those cars are. Like the GT4 BMW that I was driving, I would say had quite the bad ABS system back then. There, it actually made sense to go slowly in to not overstress the tires in the first braking attempt, because then that's when they try to slip over the bumps. Best quali in your life? Where are you starting at? Who are you here? P2. Ah, okay. Well, good luck then. Keep it clean.
The estimated strength of field is 4,431.
That was an insane start. Okay, we are pretty much clear. And let's make it a 0x race once again. Smooth day in the office, yeah. It's good to have a goal in mind, to be honest. Because yesterday when I was driving, I was always like, when I was up ahead in front, I was like, meh, kinda boring. But now with like the goal of reaching 10.5 at least, it's like, yeah, I have something to look forward to while just being up in front. But yeah, we also need a little bit of a breather from last race, right? Still a little bit in shock of what happened there. But Jacob is already getting closer, so he'll be with us in 1 or 2 laps. Especially when I miss braking like this. Hello, Bene. I have 50%, but there's many other drivers who also use different kind of percentages, but around that 50% area you want it to be. Any tips for getting out of D-Class? Don't collect off-tracks. Keep it clean, like most of all it's important to have it clean for you. Don't engage in any stupid fights where you know the other guy might be dangerous, might be pushing you off the track or so. Just keep it clean, keep it safe, keep it chill. Then you should gain some easy safety rating. Yeah, because otherwise you bang the limiter while being in the air, basically, or then when you bounce back on track, you get into the limiter and it's not really good. The FOV of the mirror doesn't have anything to do with your actual FOV of driving. Just set it to a point where you actually like know where the cars are. Like I have it at, I think it's 90 degrees if I'm not mistaken. So it looks more like a real mirror. But there's also people who use, like, I think it's 120 degrees of FOV in the mirror. So they also see when cars are next to them side by side. But for me, I just can't judge them where the car is actually. Like, I have my FOV for the mirror set up in a way that looks like a real mirror. And that's at around, I think, 90 degrees. You prefer wide over triples? In general, yes. I like it. Triples are also great. I think they're equally good. Yeah, but starting from the pits, I would not recommend. I mean, you're racing to learn. I mean, if you're purely racing to get your license up for a certain thing, then okay. But you should be racing to learn, and you cannot learn anything if you always just start from the pits. Because what you learn in those low classes of how to avoid people, how to be aware of what everyone is doing around you is like very, very valuable. Because the most important thing is not to just put in the fastest lap times you can. The most important thing while racing is always knowing how to judge and avoid the people around you. So I would start learning that early and not starting from the pits every single race. Like, you do not win races by being the fastest outright. You win races by outsmarting everyone. And you can do that by just looking at them, learning their behavior, and adjusting to that. Ah, the train is back. Exactly that. Most crashes and most contacts are always avoidable. You might lose some time, you might lose some positions, but literally 95% of all crashes, 95% of all crashes or even more are definitely avoidable by yourself. Doesn't mean that you're at fault, but you could be avoiding it. Yeah, I think I have to message MOZA to get some affiliate links. It's a good deal, Arumis. I would take it. Our MOZA pedals, yes. No, not active. Just a CSRP2. I already have a job. Well, do it when you come back home from your job. Takes you half an hour to look at it. Easy money. Driving on beach chair. That's the best setup, best sim setup. Low budget ones. Fastest GT4 on Miami should be the Porsche. I'll do it. If you donate or be a YouTube member, then I'm gonna look at your incidents and judge them. If you can be avoiding it, who is at fault, I'll do it. Hello, Big Boss Grid and Go. Sim Racing Judge. I have a VRS base. Sure, do it. Send me the replay files. I guess over on Discord or so, and then we can have a look. It's always interesting to look at stuff like that. How are we alive? Had a hard day, Jamie, or what? Don't get me any incident points. I wanna finish this on 0x. Just the accident part, but leave a little bit of time before and after that. Ah, Ask GB tonight, okay. Nice, I have something to watch then. What a dive. You plan on getting the black license? No, because you can't just get it. Good thing is, they're gonna go fight in the next few laps, I guess. So I have some space now. One black license, please. Thank you very much. You need to be driving in an official iRacing esports championship. And I'm not really looking to do that. Yeah. I want to look like a good driver, that's why I'm driving these iRacing dailies. There's some absolute mayhem happening behind me. It doesn't matter. It's good content. Which track is it, Jamie? Netterton, okay. Not a fan of that track. Yeah, especially if you start like, let's say, a second split or so in the midfield, and usually with that kind of start you will always overtake a couple of people. I mean, you can even see a top split in the first two rows set oftentimes with this start. You can make up some positions immediately. No esports peak up for Moritz? Well, I don't know. It really depends on on the timing. It depends on when and everything. I would love to do the qualification for it, like I did a couple years ago, just driving the qualification, but then not actually driving in the the championship. That is usually a lot of fun to do the qualification. So, Zero X-Rays. Yeah, Mattia didn't back off, they were just fighting like crazy, and I think Jacob is dead.
There's an incident behind.
Oh, they don't like each other very much. What happened? All fair so far, I think. Well, not 100% fair, but nothing too bad happening. Oh, what was this? Ay ay ay. Yeah, interesting. And my Zero X-Rays almost would have been, almost died there. Cannot override loaded replay file when spooling is active. Maybe you clicked somewhere, so the replay is still moving somewhere and you clicked save right after that? I don't know. Oh, poor Pablo. Hey! Ah. While the car was jumping, turning into the next corner. Gone. How do you analyze your laps to find pace? Usually I look at other laps. I don't look at my own laps. I look at someone who's faster than me. Then I see when he brakes, where he turns in, how much does he use the track, how much does he use the curb. Like that, I'm analyzing what I do or what I can do different. Sweet Flash with a 20 stream streak. God damn. Another 16, so another race like this, and we will have our, yeah, 10.5. So usually this is now the point where things go wrong. Alright, Jamie, thanks for stopping by, and yeah, have a nice day. probably going for a run, right? Oh, yeah, gotta go run. Does it imply you're leaving, or gotta go run? Does it imply you're actually going running? Wait, what? Fixed? Yeah, okay. I have never read it like this. Now I'm gonna always read it like this. Broken iRacing Porsche Cup fixed by Conspit. That's one way to see it. Alright, quick toilet break. Oh yeah. So so do we already have a Discord message? Not yet. Send me files. Ah yeah. Have a quick look. So we are judging an incident now. Oh, gotta update the game. Almost there. Almost 1 gigabyte. Takes a bit when I'm streaming at the same time. So, updated. Now I'm curious. Said you're not on dial-up? Well, I almost am. Sometimes it still feels like I am on that one. Because the internet here is not the fastest. Oh, we also have a second replay we can look at in a second. iRating replay bomb. So, is it avoidable? I would say it is avoidable. Like, you have plenty of time basically to go left-hand side and overtake and not hit him there. I mean, you're already going off the throttle here, which is good, because you're expecting a crash to happen up front or expecting this car to be in your way. So you tried turning right, which I guess is what you want to try and do here, but you gotta realize earlier that your car won't turn right here with the speed you have. And then there's space to the left. But yeah, you could have, like this little throttle blip you had here, going on throttle again, basically killed your chance of overtaking him just on the right. But yeah, you should have realized, like at this point here, you should have realized that you will not get your car to the right side, overtake him. And especially here, you should realize, okay, I will not make it to the right. So, yeah. It's definitely avoidable. Like, you can avoid this for sure by just opening up early and overtaking him on the left. And you probably would fit through without even getting an off track. Of course, it's an unsafe rejoin, but we are not talking about who is at fault. Who is at fault is this guy, 100%. But this is not about who is at fault. It is about, can you avoid it? And in this instance, you can 100% avoid it. Does it? I didn't even read. Bump here. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Unavoidable contact. Sorry, but it's unavoidable because you need to bump him. Yeah, you like it's a part of realization. Like you're turning here, you know, you're turning, and you're how do I explain this? Like your brain should already be able to compute at this instance here, okay, with the amount my car is actually turning around the corner, I will not make it to overtake him on the right. Because you just have to realize at some point that your car is not turning enough to actually make it to the right side. So already at this point, I mean, it's always easy to talk about it in hindsight, you know? It's always easy to talk about in hindsight, so always take it a little bit with a grain of salt when I'm talking here. But at this point, you should have already realized, okay, I will not make it to the right. There's no way I'm going to make it to the right. So you can open up and then overtake him on the left. But also what you can do here in the beginning already is you see 2 cars are off, and you basically at this point also see there's going to be 1 car who's going to be entering the track where you want to exit your corner. And you went on throttle here again. You went on throttle, and if you just let it roll through the corner, you would have been a lot more to the right side and didn't even have any issue of overtaking him on the right. So this is what I mean with looking in front. Like, assume what is going to happen in the next 5 seconds if you see something in front. And always try to then adjust your driving to that. So you already see there's 2 cars off. And there's gonna be 2 cars entering the track where your car is gonna exit the corner. So you do not go on throttle here again, but you keep your car as much to the right as possible. And keep yourself, like, give yourself the chance of going either left or right. Going on throttle here basically destroys your opportunity to go to the right. Hey Badger, new to stream? Then welcome to stream. So this is what I mean, like, you can be the fastest driver ever, but what wins you races, what gets you positions, what gets you further in races, even if you may not be the fastest, is awareness and trying to judge what's gonna happen next in a good way. That's why oftentimes Yuri, for example, is complaining about me when I'm driving. Oh, you always drive so careful and you always drive so for your iRating. And he's just gonna full send it all the time because he doesn't care. But most of the time is that he dies during doing that because he doesn't look ahead, like what's going to happen. And usually when I do that, I know, like, okay, if I would have gone side by side there or not went onto the brakes to get out, I know I would end up in the gravel or spun around. And that's like a big part of racing, what a lot of people don't get. It's not just about pure pace, it's just about, a lot is about awareness and judging. Okay, we quickly go to the second incident, because then I have to join the next race. It was this year, Nürburgring. Exactly. That's the issue what a lot of people are doing. Like, they always want to be like, okay, I know my line that I have to take and I'm gonna stick to it. But yeah, this is usually what gets you into trouble then if there's people doing the same. So you always have to, it's just like driving on the real road. Like, if I would be driving out there with my car on the streets and not paying attention to anyone else, then I would have been crashed multiple times already. But by, being aware of your surroundings and always expecting the worst of other people is how you avoid stupid incidents. Because yeah, if someone goes out of an intersection and crashes into me, it's their fault. But I have a crashed car. I have to also then navigate insurance and all of that. And I could have just simply avoided it by being a bit more mindful of what some other people's could be doing wrong. Then it's easy to avoid. And that's, racing is the same. You can just try and easily avoid things by assuming the worst of other drivers always. This is an instance where I would say you can't do a whole lot because you're already doing it correct. You're braking, you're slowing down, you're trying to find a way through. And then basically, yeah, the car behind doesn't really pay too much attention. Yeah, this is insanely unlucky because it's just a roadblock where you can't really navigate too much. I mean, of course, you could be going to the very right-hand side and stop on the track, basically, but that's just overkill. It's not like no one would ever do that. So that's like an instance where I would say it's not necessarily always avoidable. I think I got an important package, so I have to go to the door real quick. BRB. $3.8K only. Yeah, okay, then I'm not getting to 10.5 with this race. Oh, boy ran downstairs for nothing. Fucking 5 floors. Down and up. Oh. But yeah, for that. Oh shit, I need to catch a breath. I was running. Yuri is driving. Fuck. But yeah, for the second incident, I would say it's really hard. It is really hard to avoid that. Because you already did everything right. You slow down the car, you try to navigate your way through. You can maybe you could have looked into your mirror as well, because you turned left while someone else was behind you coming up. But that's too much to ask for at once, you know. You have to look in front where everyone is in front, and also in the rear view mirror. So I would say the second one is hard to avoid. First one is definitely avoidable. My guy living in mansion? No, just in a big ass house or like apartment, tall apartment building without an elevator. Ugh. I don't think I'll gain enough iRating to get to 10.5 with this one. It's only a 3.8k soft. Probably won't even gain 10. Cat seems to planning something. Das ist out, ja. Kannst du nur iRating gewinnen.
Officials are telling us they won't accept
Why
either
does it
your
sometimes
driving
work and
so that
sometimes
file will be
not?
deleted until you reset the car and try again.
Ja, ja, ja. Very true.
The official
Ah,
says they won't
come
verify your
on.
driving. Your lap times will be deleted.
Give me a
You
break.
reset the car and try again.
No, do you already see the iRating change? Because I do not think I'll get enough iRating for this race. I think the SOF is too low. You have to walk the dog? Ay, that's why I have a cat. So I don't have to leave the house. Depends. If you create your own and it's better than the fixed, then of course go for your own. Most people just use a setup shop setup. Most people just buy something like Go setups, for example, and then take their setup and drive it, rather than building their own. Okay, first lap is in the bin. Alright, then have a good night, Ballhawk. No, it's automatic blip. The car does it automatically. I have to turn that off again. Yeah, I think that's also what a lot of people are doing. Take the setup and then modify it a tiny bit. Same what I'm doing. So, time to send it. No excuses for not being on pole. That wasn't good. is an insanely fast session. I could be driving 54 here. 45s. Let's see, maybe with a generational ascent. Oh yeah, come on. 45. First 45 I've ever seen. Not the best lap though. There were a few mistakes. Hey, good job. That's pretty good. That's gonna gain you a lot of iRating. What setup is this? Go setups. Exclamation point, go setups or setups. What team am I on? None at the moment. But the weather was good, because my lap was not good. The weather was insane here in this session. What do you mean nothing on the wheel matches? I put my own TC settings on there. Everything else is go setups. I do GT4 cars and the M2. Hey, I wanted to look at my lap. So, turn 1. Exit was bad. This was good. Yeah. Gravel and the oversteer, not good. This was pretty good, I think. You do NERP 24 in Cup? I don't know yet. Depends if I have time. This was pretty good. That was alright. This was pretty good, I think. Yeah, nice bounce over the curb. Perfect transition. Me likey. And this was good. Yeah, everything except of turn 1 was a decent lap. And yes, 900 wheel rotation. No, the sim wheel turns the same amount. E1 and 2 with Yuri. So, another 0x race, shall we? How much iRating do I gain, by the way? Peripheral. I do not look at the light directly. I look in front, so I have the light just about on top of my peripheral vision. 10, then I will not make it. Unless I magically get 11. Because sometimes it's like by 1 off. Well, big F then. Tips for that. Find out the limits. Go into practice server or offline practice and then literally try out the corners. Try out where the limit is. Go over the limit. Get an off track. Because once you get the off track, you know where the limit is, and then you can apply that to your racing and not go over that limit. It's really as simple as that. No, softs are pretty good. I mean, we've been driving high 4K softs now these last races. And later on it's gonna be like 5K softs, so I wouldn't call them that. Oh yeah, you can definitely in offline practice sessions use the active reset. Test out the limits. Why am I missing turn 1 every single time now? No, it's definitely not fun to figure it out in a race. But that's what the practice is mainly for. Like, not only getting your driving right, but also figuring out where can you cut more, how much can you cut, how much can you use on exits. Between a 6K and a 10K driver, because most of all I would say consistency, because 6K drivers usually have very good speed. I would call it like consistency, and a 10K driver is just grinding. Like getting to 10K is literally just a grind. How do you find the best seating position? Do you mean the real-life seating position or the one I use in-game? What has happened? The real life one? Comfortability most of all. Like, first of all, you wanna try and achieve the golden seating position that people teach you. And that is basically you want to reach your pedals so your legs are in a 90-degree angle almost. 90, a bit more open maybe. Also your arms should, like your steering wheel distance should be so your arms, your elbows are making a 90-degree angle. If the angle is too much, then you're sitting too far away. If the angle is too tight, then you're too close to the steering wheel, but also you can adjust a little bit, of course. I would always say it should be around like 90 degrees for elbows and knees. And then it's a lot also comfortability, how you sit, how you feel like. Some people like the seat to be more up straight, like I do. My seat is very much up straight. And there's so much tailwind. Some people like to have a little bit more leaning into the seat. But yeah, the most important for me, usually what I teach people or tell people is the distance between you and the steering wheel and the distance from your legs to your pedals. Yeah, like especially important for these racing seats is a lower back support. Like I have a couple of inlays here on my back, so my back is rather straight. 'Cause if I wouldn't have that, I would get back issues, like especially lower back is an issue. You don't have any support there. You would like to have some coaching, then you head over to my Discord. ! Discord if you're not in yet. And then there's a channel that explains what you have to do in order to get coaching. Sweet. Looking forward to our session hopefully soon. But is Yuri dead or is he still alive somewhere? He's in P7, okay. Yeah, he should be making it back up to P2. Beach Share doesn't have this feature. Yeah, but Beach Share is quite comfortable already, you know? You don't need more support than that. I'm using the first version. So I guess it is the UDFP 20, I guess. Called Direct Force Pro or something. I did get tickets, yes. Well, I didn't get them, but our group got them. Well, I said their group got it. So I will not be participating in that. I think my brother used to have the same, the one from Next Level. It is very much like a beach chair, yeah. my seat fixed. What do you mean by seat fixed? I mean, it's definitely not moving around, no? There's no tires on the underneath it to move around. Open or fixed seat up? Fixed seat up. Seat sliders. If he means that, then no, I do not have seat sliders. I just opted against it because I've seen people where the seat sliders fail and at some point they break and then just slide back. I think it happened to Savvy Job, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, it's just me driving in that seat anyways, so I do not have to adjust it to anyone else. So it's nice for it to always be in the same position. I mean, I guess seat sliders would make it a little bit more easy to get in and out of the rack. But yeah. I guess I'm quite thin, so it still works for me. How do I get the telemetry so smooth? Literally what we talked about, the right seating position, and then also finding the right braking force for your own pedal. Back recliner. Ah, no, this is a racing bucket seat. It does not recline or anything. And you do not want to have something like that for the rig. Because also that can flex. And flex means once you hit the brakes, first of all, your seat is gonna move rather than your brake pedal. That's why these racing seats also don't have a whole lot of cushioning, because if it had a lot of cushioning, you would be like pressing the brake and first putting yourself into the cushioning, then the cushioning what's the word? I forgot, but the cushioning. Then, what the fuck, am I stupid? What's the word? It compresses. It compresses before you can compress the pedal. Man, oh man. I brake around 40 kilograms because my max brake pressure for 100% is like 50, but obviously in iRacing you never want to reach this 100%. So like each braking zone is around 40 kilograms that I brake. But the brake is adjusted to around 50 kilograms. Yeah, also my first seat that I had, I also was not comfortable with it. I didn't really like it too much, so I got this one. So it can take a while to actually find a seat you're comfortable with and happy with, because not all the seats are the same and not all the seats fit every body shape. So yeah, so I had like a very much custom-made seat from a very small business in the UK. It was quite interesting to get it shipped over and everything. It was very cool looking, but it was just not... Yeah, it just didn't fit to me. Like, I had so much back issues with that. Seating position wasn't really what I was expecting and wanted and needed, especially. So yeah, I had to get rid of it and buy another one. I guess it is Slavan, but you know, my German vocabulary is also fading by speaking so much English. How do I know I'm overheating my tires? Well, once I get too much understeer or oversteer at places where I shouldn't get it, I know that I used my tires too much. And then I know they're too hot. I don't really have a temperature number that I could look at and like, oh, okay, it's too hot now. It's literally just a feeling of, okay, I'm getting too much understeer in this corner, I'm getting too much oversteer in this corner, then I kind of know, okay, I have very much overdriven my tires. Also, which size of seat? Like, I bought this. This is like S size. So I was like, yeah, I want to feel tucked in. I want to feel like I don't move a whole lot. But what actually was a problem is these ears, I can barely fit my headphones between them. Like I have, for example, I have new Razer headphones lying around here. But I cannot really use them because the cushioning still is so thick and not used that I cannot fit it in here, basically. So this is so tight that my headphones just barely fit in. Yuri is having zero luck with the drivers in this session. Maybe it's what we talked about before. Maybe his awareness is not good enough, and his judgment. So we can judge his incidents later and see if it was avoidable or not. I use single screen, yeah. I mean, I got these ears because I was like, man, I really want them, so when I do those endurance races, I can just lean against it and sleep. Have I ever done it? I don't think so. Yeah, I think I could do the same without load cell pedals. Where is Yuri now? P10. It's falling backwards. Ever considered active pedals? Considered it, yes, but just too expensive. Not a millionaire to spend like what, 4K for pedals? Yeah, but if I would go for active pedals at the moment, I would definitely go for the SimoCube ones. I think they're just the most advanced and best ones out there right now. exclamation point equipment, then you can see everything I'm using. Niklas is gonna gain crazy amount of iRating, right? Do you still play Race Room? Every now and then, yes. I really want to play Race Room again soon. Hopefully with the return of DTM Esports. Which place in the world am I right now? Can have a check after this race. Around P40. Anything I would change in my setup? Wow. A better camera for streaming. A camera that not sits on my monitor. Everything else I really like. I would also change the seat. I would love to have a Recaro podium. That would be my dream seat. I'm using next gen, yeah. 60 Hz. Yeah, Niklas is doing a really good race. Except for the Yuri punt, pretty good. I think it is 46, yes. I can double check in a second. Has the race become boring or something? A little. It depends on your objective. Like I'm trying to reach a certain iRating right now, so I actually like having some free air. The punt was crazy. We have to have a look at that again. My setup has 47 liters of fuel. What's the target after 10.5? 11. He was so far away also. He must have completely slept. Yeah, completely slept. Whoa. Oh my god. Highest iRating is 13k. Niklas, what you can do in this situation is do not turn into the corner because you know that's where Yuri is gonna turn to. If you're too late on the brakes and you want to try and avoid a crash, always go away from the apex. So here you want to be turning right, even though obviously it will hurt your race. You're not gonna kill the car in front of you, so because you turned right to the apex here to try and avoid, but this does the complete opposite. So if you would have tried to turn right, then Yuri would have gone left, you right, and then there would have been an open window maybe to not get an incident. Yeah, as Craig said, like there's setups where I literally put in an additional lap already, like a full additional lap, like 3 liters more. And there's still a lot of drivers who run out of fuel because they just drive so crazy that they use so much more fuel. So we just overfuel the cars always for the setups. Yeah, but it got him P2 in the race. So let's look at some Yuri action. Oh, okay, his rear was quite damaged. Oh, he has no more top speed at all. Yeah, very hard to overtake like that. Okay, some overtakes. Nah, I'm not gonna try and beat any times on race room, no. Yeah. What is this? Everyone bumping into each other. Ay. There must have something happened, so he lost some positions again. Hoppa! Okay, that's how he lost one again. Man. Oh yeah, yep. That's usually how it goes with those people. It's all in the approach. Like if you have the right approach for a curb and also the right speed, because oftentimes when you're too slow, then your car is bouncing a whole lot more. So if you need to have a certain speed and angle to really make use of some curbs. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in this train. That's hard to get through. It helps a lot. Like sticking to just one car, one series will help you huge amounts of gaining iRating, getting better as well, because you just get better with the car. You will understand the car more, you get better, and with that, everything will get better at once. Your iRating, your driving, everything. So yeah, sticking to one car or one series is very much important. Because jumping around all the time, like even I couldn't do that. If I want to be good in one, like if I want to be really good, then I can't be jumping between Porsche Cup, GT3, and then maybe some GT4. So you really need to stick to one thing. Guten Tag, Rock. Yeah, but some people are really good in everything they do, like Alex. Like when you're really good at doing, like when you're really good and fully into iRacing and you exactly know how everything works on iRacing, then you can be jumping around a bit more. Yuri was literally in the mud. Big jungle in there. Free spot. all this weaving, all this weaving on this straight to then leave the door open like that. And also outbrake yourself. How long would you normally stick to a track car setup before switching up either track or car? 1 week, because after 1 week, the track changes. So, drum roll. iRating 10. Yeah. Ah, wait, no. I thought I need 11, but I need a lot more. I'm stupid. I thought I needed 11, but yeah. So, one more race, I guess. One more race to get it done. I'm also really hungry. I wouldn't recommend anything. I would just recommend you to do and drive with whatever you have fun with. Because if you drive something now that you just don't enjoy, then why should you do it? And why should you be getting better at it if you just don't like driving it? So literally drive what's fun to you. There's no rules to this. We are playing a game here. This is like a game we play for fun in the evenings after we are back from work. So literally drive whatever you want and have fun with. I also usually drive very bad when I'm hungry, but it's manageable right now. So it's just one more race, and usually when I say this, I crash. But one more race, and then we should have the 10.5k. Then I can take a little bit of a break, eat something, maybe go for a run. Yeah. Have I struggle going from fixed to open setup? Yeah, sometimes there's some small struggles, like from open to fixed, you get like out of understeer that you have to navigate through. On some tracks, it's more than others. But yeah, it takes just a tiny bit of time to get used to again. Problem is, I would just go for a little snack right now, but I have literally absolutely nothing at home, so I need to go shopping after this one. How old am I? 27. Have you ever raced IRL? I have. As long as your engine is louder in the stomach, it's fine. Yeah. You race on a full stomach, would that not make your car heavier? A little. I want to drive V8 supercars, but there's no competition. Maybe someone knows any league. There's probably like Australian leagues. So if you're from Australia, it's probably nice and easy to drive there. But if you're from somewhere else, then I guess it's very hard to get into supercars. But yeah, it's literally whatever you enjoy, drive it. And if you don't or can't drive GT3 yet, then look for the car you enjoy the most still from that thing, or continue driving what you drive right now. It's you don't necessarily have to change series and car simply because you gained a license. Like you can just stick to whatever you're driving right now if you're having fun with it, and with that gain the safety rating you need in order to drive GT3 eventually, if that's where you want to be ending up. What do I like about GT4? I just like that you can race them quite well. Like GT4 races are usually very exciting because the slower the car, the more exciting the racing is. But yeah, now talking about eating, I'm getting even more hungry now. Döner. I'm not a huge fan of Döner. Might get sacrificed right now from everyone here, but I like Döner, yes. But I feel like everyone in this world likes Döner a lot more than I do. Subway, nah. Bro, Subway is literally the worst fucking food in existence. Subway Giga? Nah. I ate Subway once in my life. It was literally, I'm not joking. It was the most disgusting and vile shit I've ever eaten in my life. And I actually recently, then I didn't eat it for the next 10 years or so. And I actually tried it once again a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't absolutely disgusting, but it was still not good. Definitely not good. Yeah, last weekend I made burger for me and my girlfriend. My girlfriend now can't go to any burger place anymore because she knows how good my burgers are. But yeah, literally if you make the burger your own, it's so easy and it's usually so much better than in any restaurant. Of course. I'll have to open my restaurant here. Yeah, but this burger is so easy, you just have to make the patties. Salt, pepper, and whatever you want to have on it, so it has some good taste. And then, because also in Germany, for example, most burger places always make the burger like well done, the patty. Like at home, you can at least make it however you want it, and then put whatever you want on it. Döner's Burger Lounge, yeah. Ever eaten a Wagyu burger? No, actually I've never eaten Wagyu beef at all. I want to at some point, but I've never done it. Nope, I do not live in Munich anymore. Exactly. Lettuce on the bottom. Then on there you put the meat, cheese. Like my burgers is usually lettuce, meat, then double, what is it? Fuck, I'm missing words now. I'm so hungry, I'm missing words. The yellowish cheese, like the yellow-orange cheese. Am I stupid? How can I forget that word? Cheddar. Yeah, what the fuck, man. Yeah, you can... That's how you know I'm hungry, by my brain not working anymore. So, a double cheddar. Then I put tomatoes, pickles, some onion ring, like an onion, and usually also some avocado. And then also, yeah, of course, I've missed the burger sauce. Burger sauce at the very bottom, underneath the lettuce, and then also on the top. Not too much though. I'm not a huge fan of sauces too much, so I don't use a lot of sauce. Just very minimal. Avocado, yeah, bro. Avocado makes it so much better. Avocado almost makes everything so much better. Red Puma gloves? No, I've had these. They're not red though. But yeah, no, I'm using those right now because those are disgusting right now.
It looks like you've got some engine trouble. You've probably lost some power.
Yeah, I mean either you put on avocado or some guac. Also really good. But just putting avocado without having to mix it is a bit easier. No, there's no Subway order. We just established that Subway is literally the biggest, most disgusting place ever. So there's not gonna be a Subway order. No, those are, I don't know if I can tell where they are from. But someone, a certain sim racer, wanted to make like gloves and sell them. This is like one test example of it. I'm not sure if he will ever do that, but yeah. This is a prototype. I just don't know how to wash my gloves. Washing machine, done. You're actually getting burger ads now. That's how stupid it really is. Like you just have to talk about in like a microphone or your phone or whatever about burgers. Or I want to buy cat food, and you get like immediately ads of that. It's insane. Harold and Kumar. I guess we don't have that in Germany. How is Subway gross? You build the fucking sandwich? Yes, but the ingredients that they use are bad. It's just terrible. Yeah, bicycle gloves are also really great for sim racing. How to wash your gloves? Give them to your mom or your girlfriend. I don't know. Maybe in other places of the world, Subway is better, but literally here, the 2 times I tasted it, I don't have to ever taste it again. It's so bad. What we have sub stops in some places in Germany. They're called sub stops. It's basically like a Subway, but much better. And I love those. Do gloves have an impact on your driving performance? You could say so. Like if I didn't use gloves, my hands would be sweaty and then it would be slip quite a lot with the steering wheel, and with that, my driving performance would go down for sure. So it can make a difference, but it's not like it actually makes a difference. Yeah, exactly. Like in Germany, we're just known to have good breads. Like for example, Americans, like my girlfriend or so, when she talks about bread, she also means fucking toast. Like untoasted toast is bread to her. That's not bread. It's literally just wobbly toast. Nothing to do with a good bread. And usually then Subway also has this bread, like that is not really bread. It's so soft and so it feels so incredibly cheap that nah, could never. Polish food is good. Subway is ruined by the most basic part, yeah, and also the most important part. Like the most important part of the sandwich is literally the bread. Subway already fails at that. Uh, oh, so many new names in this grid. They can toast it, doesn't matter. Even bad bread doesn't matter if it's toasted or not. Bad bread will always be bad bread. Pretzel, beer, and hamburger. Ah, was he driving at the Daytona? Yeah, I would agree so. Everyone always says Schnitzel from Germany, but actually Austria is the place for Schnitzel. Go to Austria, have a Schnitzel, and order a Radler. That's the best thing you can do. Wait, watch any racing series? Yes, I watch DTM, F1. You know, watch those big races like Daytona 24, Spa 24, 24th of Nürburgring. Yo. Not really too much else. Not the whole 24 hours, no. No indie. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It's very, very hard to access it in Germany to watch it. But yeah. Have you ever been to a techno club? Of course. Favorite F1 driver. I always used to be a Fernando Alonso fan. I still like him, but back then when I was a kid, I didn't know the people behind it. I just liked the red Ferrari car and also the Renault. And I always loved his helmet design, and that's how Little Moritz always chose his favorite drivers. So that's why I was a Fernando Alonso fan back then. He had a cool looking helmet, and usually also cool looking cars. Who's for me? I didn't really have anyone to support anymore in recent time. Like now I just support, like for example I supported Oscar Piastri this season because I wanted him to win, new guy, very calm and collected, always driving. Back then when Lando finally got some speed with the McLaren, I liked him because he used to do sim racing, he used to do streaming, so he was like very relatable in a way. I guess Max as well. Like I didn't like or supported Max when he was dominating because obviously you want to support someone to step up. But last season, for example, where he then went on to catch Lando and Oscar again in the championship, then I was supporting him in order to make the championship more exciting, you know. So I'm not really exactly supporting someone because of their person. I'm usually then supporting people who I know, like, hey, it's a good racing driver and a good guy, and he can make the championship more exciting. Nico is such a NPC F1 driver to me that I never paid too much attention to him. Of course, he's German, nice, but I don't know. He's just there in F1 to fill the grid. Oh, time is close. Louis Kaiser, quite good. Ah. Yeah, I don't know, I'm very neutral with that kind of stuff. Like, just think about all the crazy people who go absolutely insane about Hamilton versus Verstappen, I hate you, Verstappen fans or Hamilton fans. Like, same like football fans. I will never in my life understand football fans, why anyone would go so crazy and then also like being aggressive to someone else or so about a fucking team I support. I will never get that. That's just lunatics to me. There's gonna be probably a few people watching this who feel attacked by me saying that. what is the best way to learn how to use brake bias and adjust it by yourself? First of all, on iRacing especially, you have to look at what does give the most stress to your tires. So for the Porsche Cup, for example, you want to go forward with the brake bias simply because to keep your rear tires in a good temperature. If you go backwards with the brake bias, then you just heat up your rear tires too much and you will end up sliding a whole lot, which you want to avoid. So first of all, you want to go like with a brake bias that works well with tire temperature. And then you have to go a little bit into detail there. Like, do you need a tiny bit more rotation going into the corner? Then you just go slightly a little bit more to the back with the brake bias. Or you have too much oversteer going into the corner, then you go to the front with your brake bias. What's the ideal tire temps? I actually don't know. I have no idea actually. There's no perfect temperature. Like, you want to keep it as low as possible. You don't want to have it ice cold, but always in the race you want to keep it as low as possible. There's not like on ACC, for example, where there's a window of where you want it to be at. That doesn't exist on iRacing. You always want to keep it as low as possible. Yeah, I mean, first of all, you gotta know which way you want to go at, and it's like a lot of times it's finding pace, and you can oftentimes find true pace by keeping your tires in check on iRacing. So yeah, on iRacing at the moment, I feel like being quite close to like the fixed brake bias value is a right way, and then from there you can try to adjust a little bit up and down. GT4s, for example, you go down a little bit from your fixed brake bias, whereas in Porsche Cup you go up a little bit from your fixed bias. Yeah, I mean, ultimately you want to try and change for every single corner, make it a bit more compliant. But I hate that. I hate trying to change something in my car the whole time. You shouldn't be in the ABS when you're trail braking. So when you're still in the ABS while you trail off, then your peak was too high. So what you then want to have is your peak braking performance should be lower. Then you're less in the ABS, and then you're gonna be even less in the ABS turning into the corner. Go setups is on negative. Yeah, that's something I adjusted, for example. I drive the Go setup and I just adjusted the brake bias a little bit more to the front. But you need to ask Cooper Webster why he put that. But also you see some people, like I think Gustavo Ariel also drives quite, well, a little bit more in a negative brake bias, so in this area where you go slightly into negative and slightly into positive, there's a little bit of preference as well, of course, in there. Driving style as well. Yeah, like your driving style plays a huge part in where you set your brake bias. Also where you focus on, like if you want to focus more on like, having a good rotation at the entrance, but maybe not having the very best exit, then yeah, you always have to go plus minus I would say for the Porsche Cup it's plus minus 1 around the default setting. Which series has the fastest iRating gain? It really much depends. Usually the series with the highest SOF, so GT3 or Porsche Cup, I would say. Those are good championships to gain iRating. But of course you need to be good at it. Default setting is in the Porsche Cup, for example, 50%. Slow down, nice. Okay, time to send it. 1.2. So I can talk to chat a little more. Having an easy race. What SOF do we actually have in this one? I mean, it doesn't matter if I win, I should have the 10.5k either way. Or 7, oh, not too bad. I actually thought it's gonna be quite low. How much gap for a slipstream? 2 seconds. At around 2 seconds, the slipstream starts to slowly kick in. The car has ABS, correct, but you don't want to use the ABS. Same way that the car has TC, but you obviously don't want to use the TC. Because usually electronics help you in saving your mistakes. Mistakes usually make you slower, right? So if you really kick into your electronics, which are there to save you, then you already did a mistake. No, you want to, I quote Yuri on that, because Yuri explained it quite nicely on his YouTube video. You want to tickle the ABS. You want to tickle it, so you're just about where the ABS starts, so it helps you just a tiny little bit, but not too much. Exactly what Craig said. Not that crazy, not the huge amounts. Like in real life, you also don't want to go crazy into the ABS. You also have to modulate and not be insane about it. But the tire temperatures don't spike as crazy as they do on iRacing, so you can use the ABS a lot more in real life. But also there, you don't want to solely rely on the ABS. So yeah, in real life you can definitely lean more onto the ABS, but there's also a limit to it. Yeah, also in Mazda, I think... I mean, I'm not a Mazda... I never drove the Mazda, actually. But I don't think also in the Mazda, I don't think you want to be 100% in the brake. I think GTPs can be 100% brake for just a short amount of peak performance. But yeah, there's just very few cars you can actually go 100% in the brakes. Usually it's cars with a lot of downforce, like Formula cars, for example. I use the calculator. I use the calculator and then I put my seat up or down or front and back so it matches up with the sim rig I have. But the FOV itself, I have it calculated by iRating. Yeah, try it. I think like it may not necessarily slow you down better or worse, but your turn-in will just be a lot easier if you don't brake 100%. So, which just grants you more speed through the corner. I don't think Cups has an ABS overlay. It does, okay. I have not found it yet. Because I actually had a look at it once, tried to find it, but I have not. I don't know, is it something you guys would want to see? Because I can turn it on if I find it. Because I mean, I don't have any of the cups on my own screen. It's literally just for you guys on the stream. So if you guys want it, I can turn it on. Why don't I use cups? Because I don't want to have my screen too much full with overlays. I like having stuff clean. Like I have everything I need on my screen. I have my black box on the bottom right. I have my pedal inputs here in the middle. And that's all I need. All I need and want. Okay, this race is gonna get a lot more interesting very soon, I think. No, the Cup Porsche doesn't have any indicators. The lights are there, but they're not working somehow. Because for the Cup Porsche, I think the lights are still for tire locking. But since you never lock the tires with an ABS car, they never really turn on. In the F1, thank you very much for the raid. Did you just get taken out in this race, or were you driving something else? Ah, okay. Unfortunate. Yeah, but they light it up by lifting off. So when the rear tires slip, blue usually is when your rear tires spin, and then yellow would be for lockups, or in other cars ABS. And when you jump here, they get blue. Well, I'm not there yet. 10.5 should happen, hopefully after this race. Yeah, blue is for TC. I don't have any overlays on my screen, nothing. Just the iRating ones. Why is the guy behind not attacking? Because he knows I'm faster, so if he would be attacking now, then also peak 3, 4 and 5 will be able to attack. So right now he makes sure that it's just the both of us at the front of the field, driving away, so at the end of the race he can attack without him being attacked as well by someone else. Yeah, because if he would be attacking now, then it's just very hard. Because he would be, yeah, again, he would be attacked by P3, then you have a lot of chaos going on, and smart people like Lewis in P2 don't want that. But he's probably going to overtake now, because otherwise he will be overtaken. Oh no, he's keeping pushing. No, you should have your inputs. Like the input you see that I have in the middle with the steering wheel, with the gear and everything, you should put that for you to see. Because I also sometimes look at it, oh, am I braking the right amount? How much am I really braking? And stuff like that. And if you just in your peripheral vision see if you're too much on the brakes or maybe too little, then that can help you a lot learning. No, I do not want to see my graph. That's just too much information to me. I don't need to see that. Also, it's another thing that is like moving on my screen constantly. And I don't want things moving on my screen or, you know, chat is moving enough. Understeer. Yeah, see, now we're in a bad situation where literally everyone always attacks. And Lewis should have attacked now. Because by him not attacking me, he got into trouble with the fourth guy and now, yeah, got lucky to not lose the position, but he lost some space to us. And this is really where it gets tricky. Boy, ay. And this guy fucks it up for us. Because we would have had a gap now to just hopefully keep the gap until the end of the race, but yeah. Now we're all back in the train together again. So what I have to do next lap is try and overtake him. Because otherwise I will be overtaken. And I want to be either leading or being second, but never want to fall down to third. And he's doing a lot of mistakes, so maybe if I overtake, I can get a little bit of a gap. And this is good now for me, right? I have the gap, and they will probably continue battling. So there should have been a really good move. Yeah, not really. They are not continuing battling, so they're very close again. What now? Drive the fastest I can. Because as long as I keep him at a 0.4, he cannot overtake into turn 1. But yeah, next lap he's gonna be close then. Right now he will not be able to overtake, but next lap, if he doesn't do any mistakes in the middle of the lap, then he's gonna be in prime position to overtake. So now I have to send it to hopefully somehow open up the gap again. Otherwise I might actually in the last step lose 2 positions. No! Okay, I quit. 1x. He's too close, so he's in prime position to go for P1. Yeah, good exit for him. Also, there's someone else 0.5 behind, so I might be P3 after this. Well, that worked. A little bit of a push. Hell yeah. Huh. Jesus. That was some tough defending to do. Yeah, everyone was quite fair there. That was good racing. But everyone was incredibly fair. Also here, he left enough space on the outside. Like even compromised his own exit by wanting to leave enough space for me. So really fair, everyone. And this was tricky. Bit of contact. Nah, 10.5 for, I don't know, the 10th time already. Yeah, this was a bit... Yeah, I guess he came back on track. I didn't really leave him a lot of space, yeah. This was on me for not leaving enough space here. And then, yeah, he turned into me. I was already like fully on the curb using every space that I have on the inside. He just turned in too early, but he kind of had to try. Then I think I got lucky here not to get crashed out. Because I wanted to keep it, obviously, so he doesn't overtake me on the left here. But it could have very well ended really bad with him just going into my rear and me crashing into the barrier. Worked out. But here, everyone was fair, everyone was considerate, leaving enough space. Like here it was, for example, for you guys to know what my thought process of it is here. This guy, Lewis, has a really good exit. Like he can go on throttle much earlier than me because I have a very tight corner here. So he has the better exit compared to me. So I had a chance of sticking in the inside or just go in front of him. Like let my car be carried out wide and be in front of him. And like that, I basically stopped his run that he had on me. Because right now the only opportunity he has is to bump me. Otherwise, if I would have been on the inside, he would have had the run on me and then also my side draft and probably overtook me on the line. So it was quite important to like slide up high and basically block him like that. Which is not a illegal block or anything, it's actually just kind of racing intelligence. But yeah, it was a good race, that was fun. Side draft is a huge thing. I can show you. Here. Like, I'm doing this. I'm staying so close to him because side draft plays a huge part in overtaking. Like this for example, makes it so much easier for me to go in front of him. And like for example, the Nürburgring or a lot of tracks with a lot of long like straights, I never see people actually using the side draft. So what happens is you go out of the normal draft because you're already faster, of course. You go out of the normal draft and then you want to be staying as close as you can to the car next to you. Because right now I'm throwing the air that is going around his car from my bumper. It goes onto his rear wing and that slows him down. So while I get the overspeed, overtake, and drive past him, he basically slows down because I push the air around him onto his rear wing. And like that, you can even better overtake on a straight line. So. $14, 10.5. How long are we going to have this until we have a crash again? But I mean, look where I've been. It's not like you don't have to congratulate me or anything, because I've been here. This was my peak. I'm all the way down here right now. Like yeah, I went to 10.5 here, then I fell again. I think I had a 10.5 here, then I fell again. That was a big downfall. Now I'm back at 10.5. And someone asked where I rank up in the iRating driver standings. We can have a quick look. MOZA Wheelbase fahre ich gerade nicht mehr, nein. Aber hatte ich vor ein paar Monaten noch. 37th right now. Actually, I would be 36th, I think, after this race. So yeah, still a good way to go. Get to, first of all, also 11k. But the goal is for the next few weeks to get to 11k. Was fährst du jetzt? Ich fahre jetzt zum Supermarkt und hole mir was zu essen. Yeah, it's insane. I mean, I think I was the third or fourth driver to ever hit 10k on iRating. Like I was just sitting up there this whole time while no one else had 10k, and now you just go through this page. 10k. You go to the next page, 10k. You go to the fourth page, 10k, and then you see the first 9k driver on the fourth page and P99 100. Does the peak have a super soft time? I think there's like a scheduled super soft that is on a Saturday, I think. But it's usually not very high because most people are driving Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and then already softs going down throughout the week. Would be much better if instead of numbers you chase Pesk. Yeah, but which Pesk? There's nothing. Want to see how close to perfect drivers are right now? We talked about this yesterday on stream. I want to have like, I want someone, maybe now someone is in chat who knows how AI works. I want someone to program a really good AI that drives iRacing and learns, and then at some point eventually gets like the fastest way possible on iRacing. So we see how far away we actually are. Easy, I can do it. Let's go then. Like I want to know if we are 2/10 off an absolute perfect dream lap, physically possible lap, or if we are a second off, or like a task, yeah, something like that would be so interesting. You actually did it in Trackmania. If you can do that, we should try. We should do that. Like if Shiro, if you actually know how to do that in iRacing, or not necessarily in iRacing, maybe some other game as well. You know, someone. Okay. I'm a bot. that would be the most interesting thing that I always wanted to know. Also, like, could you teach the AI how to perfectly warm up the tires? Like, tell the AI find the best grip possible to start your qualifying lap, and then it does some warm up techniques that no one has ever thought of. Spins some 360s and stays within the regulations of what is allowed. Look at the Trackmania video. Which one? There's many Trackmania videos about AI.
Each of these cars is controlled by...
Oh yeah, watch this. Wait. I definitely watched this already. And you know this guy who did that?
by an artificial intelligence in the racing game Trackmania. And this AI is designed to improve over time through trial and error.
I mean, Trackmania is the perfect game to also visualize that. I think in iRacing you would have a really hard time to visualize what is getting better and what not. yeah, I can read.
The longer it trains, the better it gets.
But yeah, if he can do that on iRacing, that would be insanely interesting. But yeah, he's only doing it on Trackmania, but Trackmania is such a good game in order like for it to do it. I think iRacing has too much physics behind it and too much stuff that can, or it's probably very hard for the AI to, yeah, work with. But it would be interesting if it's possible. So yeah, Shiro, go text him. Yeah, but I don't. Ah, I thought you know him. You're texting the whole time like you know him. You know a guy. No, you're just a fan of him. Just put in heaps of racing knowledge into the bot. I don't think you would have to give the bot a whole lot of knowledge because I think if you tell the bot, yeah, this is when this happens, I think you're already putting that bot on the wrong track. Like if I would train an AI to get the fastest lap possible, I would not give the AI any tips on how to do it because maybe our tips that we know are fast are just totally wrong. And there's just some code within iRacing that can be completely abused to be a lot faster. And I wish I would have knowledge of doing this kinds of stuff. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, you could maybe take the top telemetry of the fastest guy possible and then say like, okay, try to improve this as much as you can. Gonna start backsliding in pickup now. Yeah, but imagine there was something. Imagine there was something that you could do in order to give your car a boost, a more grip or something, just by pure inputs that work together. Okay. Yeah, I guess you need to give it some sort of idea what it should do. Imagine driving backwards as fast. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, yeah, but you, Jamie, those are things that I actually have tried already, like on Rennsport, for example. Literally just try to cap throttle at a certain point or um, cap the brakes at a certain point to just something that could work that no one would expect. I was hungry. I have to go very soon now to get something to eat. I mean, we have something like that. We got the Scandinavian flicks or like whatever these like grip flick where the car just grips and just goes onto its roof. Maybe if you keep it in a perfect like angle around the corner, but now I don't know. No, if anyone, maybe I have to message the guy to just. I mean, he wouldn't care, but like maybe he would be interested in doing that on iRacing. But yeah, just I need someone who knows iRacing, how to work with iRacing, and how to get AI on iRacing, make it work. That would be the most interesting thing ever. Maybe I have to do some ChatGPTing. iRacing has its own AI. Yeah. All right, that's it though. I need some food. Your side degree? What is a side degree? I have to take a coaching session for MOZA. I don't understand how to carry speed in chicanes. I'm always open for coaching, so if you want to have coaching, hit me up. Discord, all the information. Other than that, I will go eat a bite now. And what time is it? 2:40. Yeah, I'll probably be back tomorrow. Like bachelor's master. I just finished my school. I finished, or like I made my apprenticeship as like a graphics designer. I went to school for that. So you could say I'm a graphics designer. But it's not really a graphics designer. It's what is the German name for it? I don't know, Medienklaus. So yeah, tomorrow morning I'm gonna be back. Maybe I'm gonna be back later, but I think more like tomorrow. Have fun with Yuri. He's doing boring ass GT3 racing. Let him know that it's boring GT3 racing and he should do some more Porsche Cup. See you next time. Also, again, thank you all the viewers. Thank you all the raiders. Thank you all the subs, follows, everything. And the chatters. Today was a very fun stream. Also, yesterday was very fun. Good topics. Everything nice. Yeah. Very much appreciate you, all of you guys. Goodbye.